close your eyes and allow your breathing to find its own gentle rhythm. Feel your body settling deeper into comfort as we prepare to visit a place where time moves at the pace of growing things, where the frantic urgency of modern life gives way to the timeless rhythms of earth and season. Tonight, you're invited to Stardew Valley, a peaceful haven tucked away from the noise and hurry of the world, where life unfolds according to nature's own calendar. Here, the morning sun doesn't demand immediate action, but offers a warm invitation to begin the day with intention and grace. This is a place where true wealth is measured in the richness of soil, the health of animals under your care, and friendships that deepen like roots through seasons of shared experience. In this valley, each day brings meaningful work that connects you to something larger than yourself. The ancient dance between human hands and the generous earth. As we begin this gentle journey together, let your muscles release their tension. Let your mind quiet its chatter. The valley awaits with its promise of rest, renewal, and the deep satisfaction that comes from a life lived in harmony with the natural world. And if this peaceful journey helps guide you toward the restful sleep you deserve, I'd be grateful for a like. It helps me know these stories are bringing you comfort. Feel free to share in the comments what aspects of valley life speak most deeply to your heart. But for now, simply surrender to the valley's embrace and let its tranquility carry you gently toward dreams. In the earliest hours of morning, before the rooster's first call echoes across the valley, Stardew Valley exists in a state of perfect tranquility. The air is crisp and clean, carrying the faint scent of morning dew on grass and the distant fragrance of wild flowers that bloom along the forest's edge. This is the magical hour when the world belongs entirely to itself, unmarked by human footsteps, touched only by the gentle breath of dawn. The valley stretches out like a living painting, its boundaries defined by rolling hills that seem to embrace the entire community in their protective curve. To the north, the mountains rise in gentle slopes, their peaks often crowned with wisps of cloud that catch the first golden rays of sunlight. Ancient pine trees dot these hillsides, their branches heavy with the wisdom of countless seasons, their roots drinking deeply from hidden springs that have flowed for generations beyond memory. As the sun begins its slow ascent, it paints the eastern sky in shades of rose and amber, colors so soft they seem to whisper rather than announce the coming day. The light spreads gradually across the valley floor, touching first the highest points. The weather vane atop Pierre's general store, the chimney of the old community center, the bell tower that has watched over this place for decades. Each surface catches and holds the light for a moment before releasing it to dance across the landscape, creating an ever-changing tapestry of shadow and illumination. The Pelican Town River winds through the heart of the valley like a silver ribbon, its waters reflecting the morning sky so perfectly that it becomes difficult to tell where earth ends and heaven begins. Along its banks, cattails sway gently in the morning breeze, their brown seed heads catching dewdrops that sparkle like tiny diamonds. Somewhere in the reeds, a red-winged blackbird calls to its mate, the sound carrying clearly across the still air, adding its voice to the valley's morning symphony. This is a place where time moves according to natural rhythms, rather than artificial schedules. Here, the day begins not with alarms and urgency, but with the gradual brightening of the world, the slow stirring of life, as creatures great and small respond to the sun's gentle invitation to begin anew. It's a reminder that there was once a time when all human life followed these same peaceful patterns, when people rose with the sun and rested with the stars, when the changing seasons provided all the calendar anyone needed. In this quiet hour, the valley holds all possibilities. The soil waits patiently for seeds, rich and dark with the promise of growth. The trees stand ready to offer their fruit when the time is right. The very air seems pregnant with potential, as if anything planted here, whether seed, dream, or hope, might take root and flourish beyond all expectation. As morning light strengthens and spreads across the valley, the first signs of human life begin to stir within the cozy homes of Pelican Town. Smoke curls lazily from chimneys, carrying the comforting scent of wood fires and home-cooked breakfasts. Behind curtained windows, families gather around kitchen tables, sharing simple meals and quiet conversation before the day's work begins. This is community in its most essential form. Not grand gestures or elaborate celebrations, but the daily rhythm of people caring for one another in small, meaningful ways. The town square serves as the valley's beating heart, a space where cobblestone paths converge and lives intersect in the most natural way. Ancient oak trees provide shade for wooden benches, where residents pause to rest and chat, their conversations flowing as easily as the nearby river. The fountain at the square's center has been gurgling peacefully for generations, its gentle splash providing a constant, soothing backdrop to daily life. Children once played here, their laughter echoing off the surrounding buildings, while their parents conducted business and strengthened the bonds that hold this community together. Pierre's General Store stands as a testament to the valley's self-sufficiency and neighborly spirit. Behind its cheerful blue exterior, shelves are stocked with everything a farming community might need. Seeds for every season, tools worn smooth by honest work, and supplies that speak to the practical wisdom of people who understand the value of being prepared. But more than a simple store, this is a gathering place where news is shared, advice is offered freely, and the threads of community life are woven together through countless small interactions. The old community center, with its weathered stone walls and ivy-covered facade, stands as a monument to collective dreams and shared purpose. Though time has left its mark on the building's exterior, the structure itself remains solid, its foundation deep and true. The very stones seem to hold memories of harvest festivals and town meetings, of celebrations that brought everyone together, regardless of their differences. It's a reminder that communities are built not just through individual effort, but through the collective will to create something larger than any one person could achieve alone. Nearby, the library offers its own quiet sanctuary, its shelves lined with books that have provided comfort and knowledge to generations of valley residents. The musty scent of old paper and binding glue creates an atmosphere of scholarly peace, while tall windows filter afternoon light across reading tables, where curious minds have spent countless hours exploring worlds beyond the valley's borders. Here, knowledge is preserved and shared freely, a testament to the community's belief that wisdom belongs to everyone. The clinic, small but well-equipped, represents the valley's commitment to caring for its own. Dr. Harvey's dedication to his neighbor's well-being extends far beyond medical treatment. He embodies the understanding that true health encompasses not just physical wellness, but the peace of mind that comes from knowing someone cares about your well-being. His presence in the community provides a sense of security that allows everyone to rest a little easier, knowing that help is always available when needed. In Stardew Valley, the passage of seasons unfolds like a slowly turning page in nature's most beautiful book. Each transition brings its own gifts, its own lessons, and its own particular brand of peace. The valley doesn't simply change, it transforms, revealing new aspects of its character while maintaining the timeless essence that makes it feel like home to all who dwell within its embrace. Spring arrives like a whispered promise, painting the world in the softest shades of green and gold. The air carries a freshness that speaks of new beginnings, of potential waiting to unfold. Cherry trees burst into bloom along the riverbank, their delicate pink petals eventually drifting down like gentle snow, carpeting the ground with nature's confetti. This is the season of hope made manifest, when even the most dormant dreams begin to stir with the possibility of growth. The valley's farmers know spring intimately, not just as a time for planting, but as a season of faith. Each seed placed in the earth represents a belief in tomorrow, a trust that the natural world will honor the care and attention invested in it. The soil, dark and rich from winter's rest, welcomes these tiny promises with open arms. There's something profoundly peaceful about this act of planting, this quiet conversation between human hands and fertile earth. As spring gives way to summer, the valley reaches its full glory. The sun climbs higher each day, bathing everything in warm, golden light that seems to slow time itself. Crops stretch toward the sky with visible enthusiasm, their leaves rustling in warm breezes that carry the scent of growing things. The beach comes alive with the sound of gentle waves and the cry of seabirds, while tide pools reveal their hidden treasures to patient observers. Summer evenings in the valley are particularly magical. The air remains warm long after sunset, perfect for sitting on front porches or walking along moonlit paths. Fireflies begin their nightly dance as darkness falls, tiny lights blinking in and out of existence like earthbound stars. The night sounds of summer, crickets chirping, leaves rustling, the distant call of an owl, create a natural lullaby that has soothed valley residents to sleep for generations. Autumn brings its own special brand of peace, painting the world in shades of amber, crimson, and gold. The harvest season represents the fulfillment of spring's promises, the tangible reward for months of patient care and attention. Apple trees hang heavy with fruit, their branches bending under the weight of abundance. Pumpkins grow fat and orange in their patches, while corn stands tall and proud, ready to provide sustenance through the coming winter. There's a particular satisfaction that comes with autumn in the valley, the deep contentment of work well done, of cycles completed, of preparation made for the quiet months ahead. The air grows crisp and clear, perfect for long walks through forests, where leaves crunch underfoot and the scent of wood smoke drifts from distant chimneys. This is the season of gratitude, when the valley's residents pause to appreciate not just the literal harvest, but the richness of life lived in harmony with natural rhythms. In Stardew Valley, work takes on a different meaning than it does in the bustling world beyond the mountains. Here, labor is not a burden to be endured, but a form of meditation, a way of connecting with the fundamental rhythms that govern all life. The valley teaches that there is profound dignity in simple tasks, performed with attention and care, that the most meaningful accomplishments often come not from grand gestures, but from consistent, patient effort applied day after day. The act of tending crops becomes a daily ritual of hope and faith. Each morning brings the opportunity to check on growing plants, to water them with care, to remove weeds that might compete for nutrients and space. There's something deeply satisfying about this routine, this gentle conversation between human intention and natural process. The farmer learns to read subtle signs, the slight curl of a leaf that indicates thirst, the healthy green that signals vigorous growth, the gradual changes that mark a plant's progress toward a maturity. Watering becomes a form of moving meditation, the rhythm of filling the watering can, the careful attention to each plant's needs, the gentle splash of water on thirsty soil. These actions require presence and mindfulness. There's no rushing this process, no shortcut that doesn't diminish the quality of care provided. The valley teaches patience through this daily ritual, reminding its residents that the best things in life cannot be hurried, only nurtured with consistent attention. The seasonal cycle of planting and harvesting creates a natural framework for understanding the relationship between effort and reward. Spring planting requires faith, the willingness to invest time, energy, and resources in outcomes that won't be visible for weeks or months. Summer maintenance demands persistence, the daily attention that keeps crops healthy and thriving. Autumn harvest brings the satisfaction of completion, the tangible proof that patient care has been rewarded. But the valley's wisdom extends beyond agriculture to encompass all forms of meaningful work. The blacksmith's forge teaches the value of skill developed through repetition, of metal shaped through the careful application of heat and pressure over time. The fisherman's patience at the water's edge demonstrates that some rewards come only to those willing to wait, to remain present and alert for opportunities that cannot be forced or predicted. Even the simple act of foraging reveals profound truths about attention and awareness. The valleys, forests, and fields offer their gifts freely to those who know how to look. Wild berries hidden among leaves, mushrooms growing in shaded spots, flowers that bloom only in certain seasons. This abundance is always there, waiting for eyes trained to see it, hands gentle enough to gather it without damage. Foraging teaches that the world provides for those who approach it with respect and understanding. The Community Center Restoration Project embodies the valley's philosophy of work as collective care. Each bundle completed, each room restored, represents not just individual effort, but shared commitment to something larger than any one person. The work itself becomes a form of prayer, a way of honoring the past while building toward a better future. There's no competition here, no race to finish first, only the quiet satisfaction of contributing to something meaningful and lasting. The true magic of Stardew Valley lies not in its fertile soil or perfect weather, but in the web of relationships that connect every resident to every other, creating a community where individual well-being and collective flourishing are understood to be inseparable. Here, friendship develops naturally through small acts of kindness repeated over time, through the patient accumulation of shared moments and mutual care that gradually deepens into genuine affection and trust. In this valley, getting to know someone is a gentle process that unfolds at its own pace. There's no rushing intimacy or forcing connection. Instead, relationships grow like the crops in the fields, nurtured by consistent attention and allowed to develop according to their own natural timeline. A simple greeting becomes a brief conversation, which grows into longer exchanges, which eventually blossom into the kind of deep friendship that enriches both lives immeasurably. The art of gift-giving in the valley reflects a profound understanding of what it means to truly see another person. The most meaningful presents aren't the most expensive or elaborate. They're the ones that demonstrate genuine attention to someone's preferences, interests, and needs. A loved one's favorite flower, picked fresh from the garden. A carefully prepared meal featuring ingredients known to bring joy. A book that speaks to someone's particular interests. These gifts say, I see you, I know you, I care about what brings you happiness. Conversations in Pelican Town flow with the unhurried rhythm of a people who have time for one another. Residents don't simply exchange information. They share pieces of their lives, their thoughts, their dreams and concerns. The blacksmith might pause in his work to discuss the changing seasons. The librarian shares her love of literature with anyone willing to listen. The doctor offers not just medical advice, but genuine concern for his neighbor's overall well-being. These interactions create a tapestry of connection that strengthens the entire community. The valley's festivals and celebrations serve as focal points for community bonding. But even these gatherings maintain the gentle, inclusive spirit that characterizes all social interaction here. The Egg Festival brings neighbors together in friendly competition that emphasizes fun over winning. The Flower Dance celebrates beauty and partnership without pressure or judgment. The Stardew Valley Fair showcases individual achievements while honoring collective success. Each event strengthens the bonds between residents while respecting individual differences and preferences. Marriage in the Valley represents the deepest expression of the community's values around relationship and commitment. Here, romantic love grows from friendship, nurtured by shared experiences and mutual respect. The process of courtship involves not grand gestures or dramatic declarations, but the patient building of trust and understanding. Partners support each other's dreams and goals, creating space for individual growth within the context of shared life. The wedding itself becomes a community celebration, with all residents gathering to witness and bless the union. Even the relationships between humans and animals in the valley reflect this ethic of gentle care and mutual respect. Farm animals are not merely sources of profit, but companions deserving of attention and affection. The daily routine of feeding, petting, and caring for livestock becomes another form of meditation, another way of practicing the kind of consistent, patient love that makes all relationships flourish. In Stardew Valley, each day unfolds with the gentle predictability of a well-loved song, its familiar melody providing comfort and structure while still allowing room for spontaneous harmonies and unexpected grace notes. The valley's residents have discovered something that the outside world has largely forgotten: that there is profound peace to be found in routine, when that routine is built around meaningful activities and genuine care for oneself and others. The day begins before dawn with the soft stirring of life throughout the valley. In farmhouses scattered across the landscape, people wake naturally as the first light touches their windows, their bodies attuned to the ancient rhythm of sunrise and sunset. There's no jarring alarm clock here, no sudden jolt into consciousness, just the gradual awareness that another day has arrived, full of quiet possibilities and gentle tasks waiting to be completed with care and attention. The morning ritual of caring for animals creates a peaceful transition from sleep to wakefulness. The soft lowing of cows, the contented clucking of chickens, the gentle bleating of goats. These sounds form a natural symphony that speaks of life continuing its eternal cycles. The farmer moves among the animals with practiced ease, offering fresh hay and clean water, collecting eggs still warm from the nest, milking cows whose udders are heavy with the night's production. Each task is performed with the kind of mindful attention that transforms simple work into a form of moving meditation. Breakfast becomes a moment of quiet gratitude, a pause to appreciate the abundance that surrounds valley life. Fresh eggs from happy chickens, milk from contented cows, vegetables grown in one's own garden. These simple foods carry with them the satisfaction of self-sufficiency and the deep nourishment that comes from eating what has been produced with care and attention. The meal is eaten slowly, savored not just for its taste, but for the story it tells about the interconnectedness of all life. The transition from morning to midday brings its own gentle rhythm. The sun climbs higher, warming the earth and encouraging growth in every corner of the valley. This is the time for the day's main work: tending crops, crafting useful items, exploring the forest for wild resources, or simply spending time in quiet conversation with neighbors. The work flows naturally from one task to another, guided not by rigid schedules, but by the intuitive understanding of what needs attention and care. Lunch often becomes an impromptu social gathering, as residents pause in their work to share simple meals and easy conversation. These moments of connection happen organically, a neighbor stopping by to chat while the farmer tends their crops, friends meeting at the town square to share news and observations, family members gathering around the kitchen table to enjoy food prepared with love. The conversations flow as naturally as the river through the valley, touching on everything from the weather to deeper reflections on life and meaning. The afternoon hours bring their own particular quality of light and energy. The sun reaches its peak, casting everything in warm, golden tones that make even the most ordinary activities feel touched with magic. This is often the time for more contemplative tasks, reading in the library, fishing by the peaceful river, or simply sitting in the garden, watching the interplay of light and shadow as clouds drift across the sky. The pace remains unhurried, allowing space for the kind of deep thinking and reflection that nourishes the soul. As evening approaches, the day's work gradually winds down, but not with the abrupt cessation that characterizes modern life. Instead, there's a natural tapering off, a gentle transition from activity to rest that honors both the need for productivity and the equally important need for restoration and peace. The setting sun paints the sky in brilliant colors, a daily reminder of the beauty that surrounds valley life and the cyclical nature of all existence. Beyond the cultivated fields and cozy homes of Pelican Town lies a realm of deeper mystery and older wisdom. The ancient forest that has watched over this valley since time immemorial. Here, beneath towering trees whose roots drink from springs that have flowed for millennia, the very air seems thick with stories and secrets, with the accumulated wisdom of countless seasons and the patient knowledge that comes only from standing witness to the endless cycles of growth, death, and renewal. The forest entrance beckons with the promise of discovery and the gentle invitation to step away from human concerns and into a world governed by different, older laws. The path winds between massive tree trunks, their bark scarred and weathered by decades of storms and seasons, yet standing strong and proud, their branches reaching toward the sky with an optimism that never wavers, despite whatever challenges they may have faced. Sunlight filters through the canopy in golden shafts, creating a cathedral-like atmosphere where every footstep seems to echo with reverence. The deeper one ventures into these woods, the more apparent it becomes that this is a place where time moves differently. The urgent pace of human life gives way to the patient rhythm of trees that measure their existence not in days or years, but in decades and centuries. Here, a fallen log becomes a nursery for new growth, its decay providing nutrients for seedlings that will eventually tower over the forest floor. Moss covers stones and tree trunks in velvet carpets of green, creating a softness that seems to muffle sound and encourage quiet contemplation. The forest floor tells its own stories through the layers of fallen leaves that crunch softly underfoot. Each autumn's contribution adds to the rich humus that feeds the next generation of growth, creating a perfect cycle of giving and receiving that demonstrates nature's fundamental principle of abundance. Nothing is wasted here. Every fallen branch, every shed leaf, every creature that completes its life cycle becomes part of the great web of interconnection that sustains all forest life. Wildlife moves through these woods with the confidence of creatures who know they are home. Squirrels chatter in the branches overhead, their voices adding a cheerful counterpoint to the deeper sounds of the forest. The creak of wood swaying in the breeze, the rustle of small creatures moving through the underbrush, the distant call of birds announcing their presence to mates and rivals alike. These sounds create a natural symphony that speaks to something deep in the human soul, a reminder of our own place in the larger web of life. The forest streams that wind between the trees carry more than just water. They carry the songs of the mountains, the stories of distant springs, the accumulated wisdom of every stone and pebble they have touched on their journey to the sea. The sound of running water provides a constant, soothing backdrop to forest life, a reminder that movement and stillness can coexist, that there is peace to be found in the steady flow of life toward its ultimate destination. Hidden clearings scattered throughout the forest offer perfect spots for rest and reflection. These natural sanctuaries, carpeted with soft grass and surrounded by protective trees, seem designed for quiet contemplation and peaceful meditation. Here, one can sit in perfect stillness and feel the pulse of life that flows through every living thing. The slow circulation of sap in the trees, the patient breathing of the earth itself, the gentle rhythm that connects all existence in one great, harmonious whole. The forest's seasonal changes reveal different aspects of its character throughout the year. Spring brings the tender green of new growth and the delicate beauty of wildflowers blooming in sunny glades. Summer deepens the green canopy and fills the air with the rich scent of growing things. Autumn paints the leaves in brilliant colors before they drift down to join the forest floor's rich carpet. Winter reveals the forest's essential structure, its bare branches creating intricate patterns against the sky, while snow adds its own quiet beauty to the woodland scene. Water flows through Stardew Valley like liquid peace, carrying with it the power to cleanse, refresh, and restore both body and spirit. From the gentle river that winds through the heart of the community to the hidden springs that bubble up from deep within the earth, water serves as a constant reminder of life's essential rhythms and the healing power of nature's most precious gift. The Pelican Town River begins its journey high in the mountains, where snowmelt and natural springs combine to create the clear, cold water that will eventually nourish the entire valley. As it descends through rocky channels and forest glades, the water gathers stories and minerals, becoming enriched with the essence of every place it touches. By the time it reaches the valley floor, it carries within itself the accumulated wisdom of the entire watershed, a liquid library of the land's history and character. The river's voice changes as it flows through different landscapes and seasons. In the mountains, it chatters excitedly over rocky rapids, its sound bright and energetic as it tumbles toward the valley below. As it enters the forest, the water's song becomes deeper and more contemplative, muffled by overhanging branches and the soft forest floor. When it finally reaches the cultivated areas around Pelican Town, the river flows with the steady confidence of water that knows its purpose and destination. Fishing in these waters becomes a form of meditation, a practice in patience and presence that teaches valuable lessons about the nature of desire and fulfillment. The angler learns to read the water's surface, to understand the subtle signs that indicate where fish might be feeding, to cast with just the right combination of skill and hope. But more than technique, successful fishing requires a willingness to wait, to remain present and alert while allowing events to unfold in their own time. The act of fishing creates a unique form of solitude that is neither lonely nor isolated. Standing by the water's edge, rod in hand, the fisherman becomes part of the river's ecosystem, a quiet observer of the life that flows both above and below the surface. Dragonflies skim across the water, their wings catching the light as they hunt for smaller insects. Fish rise to take flies from the surface, creating concentric circles that spread outward before disappearing into the river's steady flow. These moments of connection with the natural world provide a deep sense of peace and belonging. The beach area where the river meets the sea offers its own particular brand of water-based tranquility. Here, the rhythm of waves creates a natural metronome that seems to slow time itself, encouraging visitors to match their breathing to the eternal pulse of tide and surf. The sound of waves on sand has been soothing human souls for millennia, a reminder of our deep connection to the waters from which all life emerged. Tide pools along the rocky shoreline reveal hidden worlds of incredible beauty and complexity. These small ecosystems, replenished twice daily by the ocean's rhythm, demonstrate how life adapts and thrives in even the most challenging conditions. Sea anemones wave their tentacles in the current. Hermit crabs scuttle across the sandy bottom, and small fish dart between rocks and seaweed. Each pool is a complete world in miniature, a reminder that wonder and beauty can be found in the smallest spaces when we take time to look closely. The hot springs hidden in the valley's more remote areas offer the ultimate water-based healing experience. These natural pools, heated by the earth's own fire and enriched with minerals drawn from deep underground, provide a perfect sanctuary for both physical and spiritual renewal. The warm water soothes tired muscles and aching joints, while the peaceful setting encourages the kind of deep relaxation that allows the mind to release its burdens and find its natural state of calm contentment. Soaking in the hot springs becomes a ritual of letting go, of allowing the warm water to carry away not just physical tension, but emotional stress and mental fatigue as well. The mineral-rich water seems to draw toxins from the body, while simultaneously infusing it with the earth's own healing energy. Time seems to slow or stop entirely in these sacred pools, creating space for the kind of deep rest and restoration that modern life rarely allows. In Stardew Valley, the creation of beautiful and useful things follows the same patient, mindful approach that characterizes all aspects of valley life. Here, craftsmanship is not about speed or efficiency, but about the meditative process of transforming raw materials into objects that carry within them the maker's care and attention. The valley's artisans understand that the act of creation is as important as the final product, that there is profound satisfaction to be found in work that engages both hands and heart. The process begins with the careful selection of materials, each chosen not just for its practical properties, but for its potential to become something beautiful and meaningful. Wood is selected for its grain and character, metal for its strength and workability, clay for its plasticity and responsiveness to the potter's touch. This initial selection requires patience and discernment, the ability to see potential where others might see only raw material. The workshop becomes a sacred space where transformation occurs through the marriage of skill and intention. Tools are arranged with care, each one maintained and respected as an extension of the craftsperson's own capabilities. The workbench bears the marks of countless projects, its surface scarred and stained by years of creative endeavor, each mark a testament to the ongoing dialogue between maker and material that defines all true craftsmanship. The rhythm of creation follows natural patterns rather than artificial deadlines. The woodworker learns to listen to the grain, to work with the wood's natural tendencies rather than against them. The metalsmith understands that heating and cooling cannot be rushed, that the transformation of raw ore into finished product requires patience and respect for the material's own timeline. The potter knows that clay must be centered and balanced before it can be shaped, that the wheel's steady rotation provides the foundation for all subsequent form and beauty. Each stage of the creative process offers its own particular satisfactions and challenges. The initial shaping requires vision and confidence, the ability to see the finished piece within the raw material and begin the process of revelation. The refinement stage demands patience and attention to detail, the willingness to make countless small adjustments until the piece achieves its intended form. The finishing touches call for the kind of careful attention that transforms a merely functional object into something that carries beauty and meaning. The valley's artisans understand that mistakes are not failures, but opportunities for learning and growth. A crack in the clay becomes a chance to practice the ancient art of kintsugi, making the repair more beautiful than the original. A knot in the wood that initially seems problematic becomes a unique design element that adds character and distinction to the finished piece. This acceptance of imperfection as part of the creative process reflects the valley's deeper wisdom about the nature of growth and learning. The tools themselves become partners in the creative process, their handles worn smooth by countless hours of use, their edges honed to perfect sharpness through patient maintenance and care. Each tool carries within it the memory of every project it has helped create, becoming more valuable and effective with age and use. The relationship between craftsperson and tool develops over time, reaching a point where the tool becomes an extension of the maker's own intention and skill. The finished pieces carry within them not just the maker's technical skill, but their emotional investment in the work. A handcrafted chair holds within its joints and curves the patience and care that went into its creation. A piece of pottery bears in its glaze and form the meditative attention that guided its shaping. These objects become more than mere possessions. They become carriers of human intention and care, reminders of the deep satisfaction that comes from creating something beautiful and useful with one's own hands. The act of giving these handmade items to others completes the circle of creation, transforming the solitary act of making into a form of communication and connection. The recipient understands that they are receiving not just an object, but a piece of the maker's time, attention, and care. This understanding deepens the relationship between giver and receiver, creating bonds that go far beyond the simple exchange of goods. Love in Stardew Valley unfolds with the same gentle patience that characterizes all aspects of life in this peaceful community. Here, romantic relationships develop naturally through shared experiences and growing understanding, without the pressure and artificiality that often characterize modern courtship. The valley teaches that the deepest connections are built slowly, through countless small moments of kindness, attention, and genuine care for another person's well-being and happiness. The process of falling in love begins with simple awareness, noticing someone's particular way of moving through the world, their unique perspective on life, their individual gifts and challenges. In the valley's unhurried environment, there is time to truly see other people, to appreciate their complexity and depth without the distractions that often prevent genuine connection. This seeing becomes the foundation for all deeper relationship. The recognition that another person is worthy of attention and care. Friendship provides the natural foundation for romantic love, allowing two people to discover their compatibility and shared values without the pressure of romantic expectations. The Valley's residents understand that the best partnerships are built on genuine liking and respect, on the kind of easy companionship that makes even ordinary activities more enjoyable when shared. This friendship phase allows both people to reveal their authentic selves gradually, building trust and understanding that will support whatever deeper connection might develop. The language of love in the Valley is spoken primarily through actions rather than words. Small gestures of care and attention, remembering someone's favorite food, offering help with difficult tasks, simply being present during challenging times, communicate affection more powerfully than grand declarations or expensive gifts. This emphasis on practical care reflects the Valley's understanding that love is not just a feeling, but a practice, a daily choice to prioritize another person's well-being alongside one's own. Courtship in the Valley follows the rhythm of the seasons, allowing relationships to develop and deepen naturally over time. Spring brings the excitement of new connection, the fresh energy of discovering another person's mind and heart. Summer deepens the relationship through shared activities and growing intimacy as two people learn to work and play together in harmony. Autumn brings the satisfaction of a connection that has proven itself through time and experience, while winter offers the quiet contentment of love that has found its home. The Valley's approach to romantic love emphasizes compatibility and shared values over passion and intensity. While attraction and chemistry certainly play their role, the community's wisdom recognizes that lasting partnerships are built on deeper foundations: mutual respect, shared goals, complementary strengths, and the ability to support each other through life's inevitable challenges. This understanding leads to relationships that grow stronger over time, rather than burning out in dramatic fashion. Marriage in the Valley represents not the end of courtship, but its transformation into a deeper form of partnership. The wedding ceremony itself reflects the community's values, emphasizing the couple's commitment to each other and their integration into the larger network of relationships that support all Valley life. The celebration is joyful, but not extravagant, focused on the genuine happiness of the community rather than display or competition. The daily life of married couples in the valley demonstrates love in its most practical and sustainable form. Partners support each other's individual goals and dreams. While building a shared life together, they divide labor according to their strengths and preferences, creating a household that functions smoothly because both people are contributing their best efforts. They maintain their individual friendships and interests, while also cultivating shared activities and mutual friends. The valley's understanding of love extends beyond romantic partnerships to encompass all forms of caring relationship. The love between parents and children, the affection between friends, the bond between humans and their animal companions. All of these connections are recognized as valuable and worthy of cultivation. This broader understanding of love creates a community where everyone has the opportunity to give and receive care, where no one is isolated or forgotten. Beneath the peaceful surface of Stardew Valley lies a hidden world of wonder and mystery, where ancient caverns stretch deep into the earth's heart, and precious gems wait patiently in the darkness to be discovered by those brave enough to venture into the underground realm. The mines represent not just a source of valuable resources, but a journey into the valley's deepest secrets, a place where the very bones of the earth reveal their stories to those who approach with respect and reverence. The entrance to the mines stands like a doorway between worlds, its weathered stone frame marking the boundary between the familiar landscape above and the mysterious depths below. Cool air flows from the opening, carrying with it the scent of deep earth and ancient stone. A reminder that this passage leads to places where sunlight has never touched, and time moves according to different laws. The very threshold seems to whisper of adventures waiting in the darkness, of treasures both material and spiritual that await the patient explorer. Descending into the mines requires a fundamental shift in perspective, a willingness to leave behind the world of growing things and gentle breezes for a realm governed by stone and silence. The elevator's steady descent marks the transition from surface concerns to underground contemplation, each level deeper representing not just physical distance from the familiar world above, but a journey into increasingly ancient layers of the Earth's history and memory. The mine shafts themselves tell the story of the valley's geological past, their walls revealing layers of rock laid down over millions of years, each stratum a chapter in the Earth's autobiography. The stone speaks of ancient seas and primordial forests, of volcanic activity and glacial movement, of the slow, patient processes that shaped this land long before the first human footstep marked its surface. Reading these stone stories requires a different kind of literacy, one that values patience and observation over speed and efficiency. The search for precious stones and metals becomes a form of meditation on the nature of value and beauty. Each swing of the pickaxe is an act of faith, a belief that persistence and careful attention will eventually be rewarded with discovery. The miner learns to read the subtle signs that indicate the presence of valuable materials, the slight change in rock color that suggests a different mineral composition, the way light reflects off certain surfaces, the feel of stone that contains hidden treasures. The gems themselves, when finally revealed, carry within their crystalline structures the accumulated patience of geological time. Each amethyst cluster represents millions of years of slow formation. Each piece of quartz, a testament to the Earth's ability to create beauty through the application of pressure and time. These stones remind the miner that the most valuable things in life cannot be rushed or forced, but must be allowed to develop according to their own natural timeline. The deeper levels of the mines reveal increasingly ancient and mysterious formations, stone structures that seem to hint at purposes and meanings beyond simple geology. These formations speak of the Earth's own creative intelligence, its ability to shape matter into forms of stunning beauty and complexity without conscious intention or design. The patterns in the rock walls sometimes seem almost deliberate, as if the earth itself were an artist, working on a canvas of unimaginable scale and duration. The underground lakes and streams that flow through the deeper caverns carry water that has never seen daylight, liquid that has been filtered through countless layers of stone and time until it achieves a purity that seems almost sacred. The sound of this hidden water creates a constant, soothing backdrop to underground exploration, a reminder that life and movement continue even in the Earth's deepest recesses. These underground waterways connect to the surface streams and rivers, creating a hidden circulatory system that nourishes all valley life. The silence of the deep mines offers a unique form of peace, a quiet so profound that it seems to slow thought itself and encourage the kind of deep contemplation that is impossible in the busy world above. This silence is not empty, but full, pregnant with the accumulated wisdom of stone and the patient presence of the earth itself. In this silence, the miner can hear not just the echo of their own footsteps, but the deeper rhythms that govern all existence. The journey back to the surface after a successful mining expedition carries its own special satisfaction. The pleasure of returning to the familiar world with new treasures and deeper understanding. The transition from the mine's eternal darkness to the valley's gentle sunlight serves as a reminder of the complementary nature of all experience. The way that periods of deep introspection and solitary work beyond the familiar boundaries of Pelican Town, past the tunnel that connects the valley to the wider world, lies a landscape of entirely different character, the vast desert that stretches to the horizon under an endless sky. Here, in this land of sand and stone, silence and space, the valley's residents can discover a different kind of peace, one born not of abundance and growth, but of simplicity and endurance, of life pared down to its most essential elements. The desert entrance reveals itself gradually, the lush greenery of the valley, giving way first to scrubland and hardy grasses, then to the open expanses of sand and rock that define this ancient landscape. The transition is both dramatic and subtle, marked not by sharp boundaries, but by the gradual transformation of one ecosystem into another. A reminder that all landscapes exist in relationship to each other, each one defining and being defined by its neighbors. The quality of light in the desert differs fundamentally from the gentle, filtered illumination of the valley's tree-shaded paths and cozy interiors. Here, sunlight arrives unimpeded by canopy or cloud, creating a brilliance that seems to bleach color from the landscape, while simultaneously revealing details invisible in softer light. The harsh clarity of desert illumination strips away all that is non-essential, revealing the fundamental forms and structures that lie beneath surface appearances. The silence of the desert possesses a different character than the peaceful quiet of the valley's forests, or the gentle sounds of its rivers and streams. This is a silence born of vast spaces and minimal life, a quiet so profound that it seems to have weight and substance. In this silence, every sound becomes significant. The whisper of wind across sand, the distant call of a desert bird, the soft crunch of footsteps on sun-baked earth. The desert teaches that silence is not the absence of sound, but the presence of space, the opportunity for awareness to expand beyond its usual boundaries. The plant life that manages to thrive in this harsh environment demonstrates remarkable adaptations to scarcity and extremes. Cacti store precious water in their thick stems and leaves, their spines serving both as protection and as a means of collecting moisture from the rare desert rains. These plants grow slowly but persistently, adding tiny increments of size and strength year after year. Their patience rewarded by the ability to survive conditions that would quickly kill less adapted species. They teach valuable lessons about resilience and the power of gradual, consistent effort. The desert's seasonal changes are subtle but significant, marked more by variations in temperature and the occasional appearance of water than by the dramatic transformations that characterize the valley's annual cycle. Spring in the desert brings the possibility of rare wildflowers, seeds that have waited years for the right combination of moisture and temperature to trigger their brief but spectacular blooming. These desert flowers, when they appear, create carpets of color that seem almost miraculous against the usual backdrop of muted earth tones. The ancient skull cavern hidden within the desert's depths represents the ultimate test of the explorer's courage and determination. This underground labyrinth extends far deeper than the familiar mines near Pelican Town, its passages twisting and turning through rock formations that speak of geological forces beyond ordinary comprehension. The cavern's depths hold treasures and challenges that reward only the most persistent and well-prepared adventurers, serving as a reminder that some rewards can only be claimed by those willing to venture far beyond their comfort zones. The desert's night sky reveals celestial wonders, invisible from the valley's more populated areas. Without the gentle light pollution of homes and street lamps, the stars appear in their full glory, creating a canopy of light that seems close enough to touch. The Milky Way stretches across the heavens like a river of stars, while planets and constellations tell their ancient stories to anyone willing to lie on the cooling sand and listen with their eyes. These night skies remind observers of their place in the larger cosmos, of the vast scales of space and time that dwarf human concerns, while simultaneously making them seem precious and significant. The journey to and from the desert becomes its own form of meditation, a transition between different states of being and awareness. The bus ride through changing landscapes provides time for reflection and preparation, while the return journey offers the opportunity to process and integrate whatever insights the desert experience has provided. This travel serves as a bridge between the valley's nurturing abundance and the desert's austere wisdom, allowing residents to benefit from both without being limited by either. Throughout the year, Stardew Valley's calendar is punctuated by festivals and celebrations that bring the entire community together in joyful recognition of the season's passage and the bonds that unite all residents in shared purpose and mutual care. These gatherings represent more than simple entertainment or tradition. They serve as vital expressions of the valley's collective spirit, moments when individual lives merge into the larger rhythm of community life and seasonal celebration. The Spring Egg Festival arrives like a gentle awakening after winter's quiet contemplation, filling the town square with pastel decorations and the excited chatter of residents eager to participate in the season's first major celebration. The festival's centerpiece, the egg hunt, transforms the familiar town square into a landscape of discovery and friendly competition, where children and adults alike search among flower beds and behind buildings for the colorful treasures that have been hidden throughout the area. The preparation for the egg hunt reveals the community's commitment to creating joy for its youngest members. Adults spend hours carefully placing eggs in locations that will challenge but not frustrate the searchers, ensuring that every participant has the opportunity to experience the thrill of discovery. The eggs themselves, painted in bright colors and decorated with intricate patterns, represent countless hours of patient artistic work, each one a small masterpiece, created solely for the pleasure of finding and sharing. The festival atmosphere transforms the town square into something magical, with streamers fluttering in the spring breeze and tables laden with seasonal treats prepared by the community's best cooks. The air fills with the scent of fresh baked goods and the sound of laughter, creating an environment where stress and worry seem impossible to maintain. Children run freely between the decorations, while adults gather in small groups to share news and observations about the changing season. The flower dance, held in the forest clearing when spring reaches its full glory, celebrates the beauty of partnership and the joy of movement in harmony with others. The dance itself is simple but elegant, its steps designed to be accessible to participants of all skill levels, while still creating patterns of genuine beauty when performed by the entire group. The clearing, decorated with garlands of spring flowers and surrounded by trees in full bloom, provides a natural amphitheater where the community can gather to witness and participate in this ancient celebration of renewal and connection. Preparation for the flower dance involves the entire community in various ways, from the gathering and arrangement of flowers to the practice sessions where residents learn or review the traditional steps. These preparations serve as opportunities for connection and mutual support, as more experienced dancers help newcomers master the movements, while everyone works together to create the decorations that will transform the forest clearing into a suitable venue for celebration. The summer luau brings the community together around the shared preparation of a massive communal soup, a tradition that emphasizes cooperation and the abundance that results from everyone contributing their best efforts to a common goal. The preparation of the soup becomes a festival in itself, with residents arriving throughout the morning, carrying ingredients they have grown, caught, or prepared specifically for this occasion. The governor's presence adds a touch of formality to the proceedings, but the real focus remains on the community's ability to work together in creating something greater than any individual could achieve alone. The beach setting for the luau provides a perfect backdrop for summer celebration, with the sound of waves providing a natural soundtrack and the ocean breeze keeping everyone comfortable despite the season's heat. The large pot that holds the communal soup becomes a focal point around which the entire community gathers, its contents representing not just the combination of various ingredients, but the blending of individual contributions into something that nourishes everyone present. The Stardew Valley Fair in autumn showcases the year's achievements, while celebrating the abundance that results from a season of dedicated work and favorable weather. The fair's various competitions and displays provide opportunities for residents to share their accomplishments with the broader community. From the largest pumpkins to the most beautiful preserves, from the finest livestock to the most innovative crafted items. These displays serve not as competitions in the harsh sense, but as celebrations of individual excellence within the context of community support and encouragement. In Stardew Valley, the practice of healing encompasses far more than the treatment of illness or injury. It represents a holistic understanding of wellness that recognizes the interconnection between physical health, emotional well-being, spiritual balance, and community connection. The Valley's approach to healing draws from both traditional medical knowledge and the deeper wisdom that comes from living in harmony with natural rhythms and seasonal cycles. Dr. Harvey's clinic serves as the community's medical center, but his practice extends far beyond the conventional boundaries of healthcare. His approach to healing recognizes that true wellness cannot be achieved through medication alone, but requires attention to all aspects of a person's life: their work, relationships, diet, exercise, and connection to the natural world. His gentle manner and genuine concern for each patient's overall well-being create an atmosphere where healing can occur not just in the body, but in the heart and spirit as well. The clinic itself reflects this holistic approach to healing, with its warm, welcoming atmosphere designed to put patients at ease rather than intimidate or overwhelm them. Natural light streams through large windows, while plants placed throughout the space help purify the air and create a connection to the living world outside. The examination rooms are equipped with modern medical equipment, but they also contain comfortable seating areas where doctor and patient can engage in the kind of unhurried conversation that often reveals the true sources of illness and distress. The Valley's understanding of nutrition as medicine is reflected in the abundance of fresh, wholesome foods available to all residents. The local emphasis on organic farming practices ensures that the fruits and vegetables consumed daily are free from harmful chemicals and rich in the nutrients that support optimal health. The community's gardens and farms provide not just sustenance, but medicine in its most natural and accessible form, demonstrating that the best health care often begins with the food we choose to put in our bodies. The practice of foraging for wild medicinal plants connects the Valley's residents to ancient traditions of natural healing that predate modern medicine by thousands of years. The forest and fields provide a natural pharmacy for those who know how to identify and properly prepare the various herbs, roots, and berries that can support health and treat common ailments. This knowledge is passed down through generations, creating a living library of natural healing wisdom that complements rather than competes with modern medical practice. The hot springs scattered throughout the valley provide natural healing opportunities that combine the therapeutic benefits of mineral-rich water with the restorative power of peaceful natural settings. The spring's warm waters help relax tense muscles, and improve circulation, while the minerals absorbed through the skin support various bodily functions. But perhaps more importantly, the act of soaking in these natural pools provides the kind of deep relaxation and stress relief that supports the body's own healing mechanisms. The valley's approach to mental and emotional health recognizes that psychological well-being is inseparable from physical health and community connection. The slower pace of life, the emphasis on meaningful work, and the strong social support networks all contribute to an environment where stress-related illnesses are rare and emotional resilience is naturally developed. The community's acceptance of individual differences and its emphasis on mutual support create conditions where mental health challenges can be addressed openly and without stigma. The practice of meditation and mindfulness is woven naturally into daily valley life through the various activities that require patience, attention, and presence. Farming, fishing, crafting, and even simple conversation all become opportunities for the kind of mindful awareness that supports mental clarity and emotional balance. These practices don't require special training or formal instruction. They emerge naturally from a lifestyle that values quality over quantity and depth over surface achievement. The healing power of meaningful work is recognized and honored throughout the valley, where residents understand that purposeful activity contributes significantly to overall well-being. The satisfaction that comes from growing food, creating useful objects, or helping neighbors creates a sense of accomplishment and self-worth that supports mental health in ways that no medication can replicate. The valley demonstrates that work, when it aligns with personal values and contributes to community well-being, becomes a form of therapy in itself. The traveling merchants who visit Stardew Valley bring with them more than just exotic goods and rare items. They carry stories of distant places, different ways of life, and the broader world that exists beyond the valley's peaceful boundaries. These visitors serve as bridges between the valley's self-contained community and the larger human experience, offering glimpses of diversity and adventure while reinforcing the valley's appreciation for its own unique character and values. The arrival of a traveling merchant creates a subtle excitement throughout the community, a gentle stirring of curiosity about what treasures and tales they might bring. The merchant's cart, laden with carefully packed goods and pulled by sturdy draft animals, represents a connection to trade routes and distant markets that have existed for centuries. The very sight of these traveling vendors reminds valley residents of their place in the larger web of human commerce and cultural exchange. The goods offered by traveling merchants often include items that cannot be produced locally, creating opportunities for valley residents to experience flavors, textures, and craftsmanship from distant regions. Exotic spices that can transform familiar recipes into culinary adventures. Fabrics woven in patterns unknown to local artisans. tools designed for purposes specific to other climates and ways of life. These items expand the valley's material culture while maintaining its essential character and values. The process of examining and selecting merchandise becomes a form of cultural education, as merchants share stories about the origins of their goods and the people who created them. A simple piece of pottery might carry within it the story of a family of artisans working in a distant desert town, while a bolt of fabric might represent the culmination of a growing season in fields thousands of miles away. These stories create connections between the valley's residents and people they will never meet, but whose lives briefly intersect through the medium of trade. The merchant's knowledge of other communities and regions provides valuable perspective on the valley's own way of life, highlighting both its unique advantages and its universal human elements. Stories of cities where people live in towering buildings and never see the stars, or of farming communities that struggle with harsh climates and poor soil, help valley residents appreciate the particular gifts of their own environment, while recognizing their connection to the broader human experience. The seasonal timing of merchant visits often coincides with the valley's own rhythms of abundance and scarcity, arriving when residents have surplus goods to trade and when their need for outside resources is greatest. This natural synchronization reflects the deeper patterns that govern all successful commerce, the understanding that trade works best when it serves the genuine needs of all parties involved, rather than simply maximizing profit for one side. The bargaining process that sometimes accompanies merchant transactions serves as a form of social interaction that goes far beyond simple price negotiation. These conversations allow both merchant and customer to assess each other's character and needs, creating opportunities for the kind of mutual understanding that transforms commercial exchange into human connection. The best merchants understand that their success depends not just on the quality of their goods, but on their ability to build relationships that will bring customers back in future seasons. The merchants' camp, when they stay overnight in the valley, becomes a temporary addition to the community's social landscape. The campfire around which they prepare their evening meal creates a natural gathering place where valley residents can share their own stories and learn about life in other places. These informal exchanges often prove more valuable than the formal commercial transactions, creating bonds of friendship and mutual respect that transcend simple buyer-seller relationships. The departure of traveling merchants leaves behind more than just the goods they have sold. It leaves a subtle expansion of the valley's collective awareness and a renewed appreciation for both the wider world and the particular blessings of valley life. The exotic items purchased from merchants often become treasured possessions, not just for their practical utility, but for their role as tangible connections to distant places and different ways of life. The merchant's route, which brings them back to the valley on a regular schedule, creates a reliable connection to the outside world that valley residents can count on without having to leave their chosen home. This predictable but infrequent contact with the broader world allows the community to maintain its distinctive character while avoiding the isolation that might otherwise result from its geographic remoteness. Within the walls of Pelican Town's modest museum lies a treasure trove of history and wonder, where artifacts from ages past wait patiently to share their stories with anyone willing to listen with more than just their ears. The museum serves as the valley's memory keeper, a place where the fragments of ancient civilizations and the remnants of prehistoric life are preserved and honored, creating a bridge between the valley's present abundance and its mysterious past. Gunther's, the museum's dedicated curator, moves through the collection with the reverence of someone who understands that he is not merely the keeper of old objects, but the guardian of stories that connect the present community to the long chain of life that has flowed through this valley for millennia. His gentle enthusiasm for each new discovery transforms what might otherwise be dusty relics into windows, into worlds that existed long before the first human footstep marked this peaceful land. The mineral collection sparkles with the patient beauty of stones that have waited eons to reveal their hidden splendor to human eyes. Each specimen tells the story of the Earth's slow creative processes, of pressure and heat and time, combining to create forms of crystalline perfection that seem almost too beautiful to have emerged from purely natural forces. The amethyst clusters speak of caverns where purple dreams grew in darkness, while the quartz formations whisper of the Earth's ability to create clarity and brilliance from the most common materials. The archaeological artifacts reveal glimpses of the valley's human history, fragments of pottery and tools that speak of people who lived and worked and loved in this same landscape centuries or millennia ago. These ancient implements, worn smooth by countless hands and marked by the patina of age, create a tangible connection to ancestors whose names are lost, but whose presence can still be felt in the very soil that nourishes the valley's current abundance. The fossil collection opens windows into even more distant past, when this valley lay beneath ancient seas or supported ecosystems completely different from today's familiar forests and fields. The trilobites, with their intricate segmented bodies preserved in stone, speak of oceans teeming with life forms that existed hundreds of millions of years before the first flower bloomed. These fossils serve as humble reminders of the vast scales of time that dwarf human concerns, while simultaneously making each moment of conscious awareness seem precious beyond measure. The museum's quiet atmosphere encourages contemplation and wonder. Its hushed space is perfect for the kind of slow, careful observation that allows artifacts to reveal their deeper meanings. The soft lighting and careful displays create an environment where time seems to slow, where visitors can pause to truly see and appreciate the remnants of worlds that existed long before their own brief lives began. This contemplative space serves as an antidote to the hurried pace of modern life, offering instead the peace that comes from connecting with something larger and older than immediate concerns. The process of donating artifacts to the museum transforms individual discoveries into community treasures, creating a shared repository of wonder that belongs to all Valley residents. Each donation represents not just the finder's generosity, but their understanding that some discoveries are too important to be kept as private possessions. The museum becomes a place where individual curiosity and exploration contribute to collective knowledge and appreciation. The library books that complement the museum's physical collection provide context and deeper understanding for the artifacts on display, creating opportunities for visitors to learn not just what they are seeing, but why it matters. These resources transform casual browsing into genuine education, allowing interested residents to develop real expertise in archaeology, geology, or natural history. The combination of physical artifacts and written knowledge creates a learning environment that engages both intellect and imagination. The seasonal changes in the museum's displays reflect the ongoing nature of discovery and learning, with new artifacts regularly added to the collection as Valley residents continue their exploration of the surrounding landscape. Each edition changes the overall narrative told by the collection, adding new chapters to the story of the Valley's deep history, while reinforcing the understanding that discovery is an ongoing process rather than a completed achievement. The museum's role in the community extends beyond simple education to encompass a deeper function as a keeper of wonder and mystery. In a world that often seems to have been completely mapped and catalogued, the museum reminds visitors that mystery and discovery are still possible, that the familiar landscape around them still holds secrets. Along the banks of Stardew Valley's rivers and streams, beside its peaceful ponds, and along its rocky coastline, the ancient art of fishing continues to provide both sustenance and spiritual nourishment to those who practice it with patience and respect. Fishing in the valley represents far more than simply catching fish. It becomes a form of meditation, a practice in presence and awareness that teaches valuable lessons about the nature of desire, patience, and the delicate balance between effort and surrender. The early morning hours, when mist still rises from the water's surface, and the world exists in that magical space between night and day, provide the most peaceful and productive fishing opportunities. The water lies still and mirror-like, reflecting the gradually lightening sky and the overhanging trees with such perfect clarity that it becomes difficult to distinguish between the real world and its reflection. In this hushed atmosphere, the gentle splash of a cast line seems almost sacrilegious, a necessary intrusion into a moment of perfect natural harmony. The selection of fishing spot requires careful observation and intuitive understanding of the water's moods and secrets. Experienced anglers learn to read the subtle signs that indicate where fish might be feeding, the slight ripples that suggest movement below the surface, the way light plays differently over deeper water, the presence of insects that might attract hungry fish from the depths. This knowledge comes not from books or formal instruction, but from countless hours spent in patient observation, developing the kind of intimate familiarity with local waters that can only be earned through time and attention. The act of casting becomes a rhythmic meditation, the smooth motion of rod and line creating a gentle arc through the air before the bait settles onto the water's surface with barely a whisper. The technique requires coordination and practice, but more importantly, it demands the kind of relaxed concentration that allows the body to move naturally while the mind remains alert and present. Each cast represents a small act of faith, a belief that patience and skill will eventually be rewarded with success. The waiting that follows each cast provides opportunities for the kind of deep contemplation that modern life rarely allows. Standing or sitting beside the water, rod in hand, the angler enters a state of relaxed alertness, where thoughts can flow as freely as the current, while attention remains focused on the subtle vibrations that travel up the line from the depths below. This waiting is not passive, but active, requiring the kind of presence that remains open to possibility, while accepting that success cannot be forced or hurried. The fish that inhabit the valley's waters each possess their own character and preferences, requiring different approaches and techniques for successful capture. The patient carp that feed in the deeper pools respond to different baits and tactics than the energetic trout that dart through shallow streams. Learning these preferences becomes part of the angler's education, developing not just technical skill, but genuine appreciation for the complexity and diversity of aquatic life. The moment when a fish takes the bait creates a sudden shift from contemplative waiting to focused action, as the angler must respond quickly and appropriately to the fish's movements, while maintaining the delicate balance between firmness and gentleness that will bring the catch safely to shore. This transition requires presence and skill, but also respect for the fish's own efforts and dignity. The best anglers understand that they are engaged in a form of dance with their quarry, an interaction that honors both human skill and the fish's natural instincts. The decision of whether to keep or release each catch reflects the angler's understanding of fishing as something more than simple resource extraction. Many valley fishermen practice catch and release, understanding that the true reward of fishing lies not in the accumulation of fish, but in the experience of connection with the natural world and the satisfaction of skill successfully applied. When fish are kept for food, they are treated with respect and gratitude, their sacrifice acknowledged and honored. The seasonal changes in fishing opportunities create natural rhythms that prevent the activity from becoming routine or mechanical. Spring brings different species to the shallows. Summer offers opportunities for ocean fishing. Autumn provides the excitement of salmon runs, while winter fishing requires different techniques and offers its own unique rewards. These seasonal variations ensure that fishing remains fresh and challenging throughout the year. Within the weathered glass walls of the old greenhouse stands a testament to human ingenuity and the eternal human desire to extend the growing season beyond nature's normal limitations. This enclosed garden represents a perfect marriage between natural processes and human intervention, creating a space where the abundance of spring and summer can persist, even when winter's grip tightens on the world outside. The greenhouse serves as both practical growing space and symbolic reminder that with care and attention, life can flourish even in the most challenging circumstances. The restoration of the greenhouse from its initial state of neglect and decay represents one of the valley's most satisfying collaborative achievements. The broken glass panes and rusted framework that initially greeted visitors spoke of dreams deferred and potential unrealized, but also of the possibility for renewal and restoration that exists in every seemingly hopeless situation. The community's collective effort to repair and revitalize this space demonstrates the power of shared vision and coordinated action to transform decay into abundance. The quality of light within the greenhouse differs subtly but significantly from the illumination available in outdoor growing spaces. The glass walls and roof filter and concentrate the sun's rays, creating an environment where plants receive consistent, gentle illumination throughout the day. This controlled lighting, combined with protection from wind and weather extremes, allows for the cultivation of crops that might struggle in the valley's outdoor conditions, expanding the range of foods and flowers that can be grown locally. The soil within the greenhouse, carefully prepared and maintained, represents the culmination of the valley's understanding of plant nutrition and soil health. This earth has been enriched with compost and organic matter, creating a growing medium so fertile and well-balanced that plants seem to thrive with minimal intervention. The soil's dark, rich color and crumbly texture speak of its ability to support vigorous growth while retaining moisture and nutrients efficiently. The temperature control within the greenhouse creates a microclimate that remains stable even as outdoor conditions fluctuate dramatically. This consistency allows for the cultivation of heat-loving plants throughout the year, extending the growing season indefinitely. and providing fresh produce even in the depths of winter. The greenhouse becomes a refuge, not just for plants, but for the human spirit, offering a taste of summer's abundance when the outside world lies dormant under winter's blanket. The irrigation system within the greenhouse demonstrates the valley's commitment to efficient and sustainable growing practices, carefully designed to deliver water directly to plant roots while minimizing waste. The system ensures that every drop of precious water is used effectively. The gentle sound of water moving through the irrigation lines creates a subtle but constant reminder of the life-giving properties of this most essential element. The variety of crops that can be grown within the greenhouse's protected environment expands the valley's agricultural diversity significantly. Tropical fruits that would never survive outdoor winters thrive in the greenhouse's warmth, while delicate herbs and vegetables that require protection from harsh weather find perfect growing conditions within its walls. This diversity not only improves the community's nutrition, but also provides opportunities for culinary experimentation and cultural exchange. The greenhouse serves as a living laboratory where valley residents can experiment with new growing techniques and plant varieties without the risks associated with outdoor cultivation. Failed experiments in the greenhouse represent learning opportunities rather than significant losses, encouraging innovation and creativity in agricultural practices. This experimental space allows the community to develop expertise that can eventually be applied to outdoor growing, improving overall agricultural productivity and sustainability. The maintenance of the greenhouse requires daily attention and care, creating opportunities for the kind of mindful work that nourishes the spirit as well as the plants. The routine tasks of watering, pruning, and harvesting become forms of meditation, requiring presence and attention, while providing the satisfaction of nurturing life and growth. This daily interaction with growing plants creates a deep connection between gardener and garden that enriches both. In the quiet corners of valley homes and dedicated workshop spaces, the ancient arts of preservation and transformation continue to flourish as residents apply time-honored techniques to convert raw materials into products of greater value and longer-lasting utility. These artisan crafts represent more than simple food processing or manufacturing. They embody the valley's understanding that human creativity and skill can enhance nature's gifts while respecting their essential character and nutritional value. The process of making cheese from fresh milk demonstrates the magical transformation that occurs when human knowledge combines with natural processes to create something entirely new and wonderful. The careful addition of cultures and rennet to warm milk begins a process that seems almost miraculous, as liquid gradually becomes solid, developing complex flavors and textures that far exceed the simple sum of its ingredients. The aging process that follows requires patience and faith, as the cheese develops its character slowly in cool, dark spaces where time itself becomes an ingredient. The ancient art of brewing transforms simple grains and hops into beverages that have provided both nutrition and pleasure to human communities for thousands of years. The brewing process requires careful attention to temperature, timing, and sanitation, but also demands the kind of intuitive understanding that comes only from experience and observation. Each batch of beer or ale carries within it the brewer's skill and the unique character of the ingredients used, creating beverages that reflect both technical expertise and artistic sensibility. The preservation of fruits and vegetables through canning and preserving allows the valley's seasonal abundance to be enjoyed throughout the year, creating a pantry that bridges the gap between harvest and planting seasons. The process of making preserves and pickles requires careful attention to ratios and procedures, but the results provide not just extended food storage, but enhanced flavors that often surpass those of the original fresh ingredients. These preserved foods carry within them the essence of summer's abundance, available to brighten winter meals and remind residents of warmer, more productive times. The workshop spaces where these transformations occur become sacred places where the alchemy of creation unfolds daily. These areas, equipped with specialized tools and equipment, represent significant investments in the infrastructure of self-sufficiency and quality production. The careful organization of these spaces reflects the artisan's understanding that efficiency and cleanliness are essential components of successful production, while the worn surfaces and familiar tools speak of countless hours of productive work. The timing of artisan production follows natural rhythms rather than artificial schedules, with different activities appropriate to different seasons and conditions. Cheese making might be most productive when milk production is highest, while brewing might align with grain harvests and cooler weather. This seasonal approach ensures that artisan activities complement rather than compete with other valley work, creating a natural flow of activity that maximizes both efficiency and quality. The quality control that characterizes valley artisan production reflects the community's commitment to excellence and the artisan's personal pride in their work. Each batch of cheese, each bottle of wine, each jar of preserves represents the maker's reputation and skill, creating natural incentives for consistent quality and continuous improvement. This attention to quality ensures that artisan products not only meet immediate needs, but also serve as worthy gifts and trade goods. The sharing of artisan knowledge within the Valley community ensures that these valuable skills are preserved and passed on to future generations. Experienced artisans often serve as informal teachers, sharing techniques and troubleshooting advice with newcomers to the craft. This knowledge transfer creates a community of practice where everyone benefits from collective expertise while developing their own individual style and specializations. The economic benefits of artisan production extend throughout the valley's economy, creating value-added products that command higher prices than raw materials while providing opportunities for specialization in trade. The ability to transform surplus milk into cheese or excess fruit into preserves prevents waste while creating products that can be stored, traded, or sold for significant profit. This economic dimension of artisan work contributes to the valley's overall prosperity and self-sufficiency. The satisfaction that comes from artisan work extends far beyond economic considerations to encompass the deep human pleasure of creating something beautiful and useful with one's own hands and skills. The restoration of Pelican Town's community center stands as perhaps the most powerful symbol of what can be accomplished when individual effort combines with collective vision to breathe new life into something that seemed beyond redemption. The building's transformation from a neglected ruin to a vibrant center of community life demonstrates the valley's core belief that nothing is truly lost as long as people are willing to invest their time, energy, and care in the work of renewal and restoration. The community center's original construction represented the valley's earlier generations' faith in the power of shared spaces to strengthen community bonds and provide venues for collective celebration and mutual support. The building's solid stone construction and thoughtful design speak of builders who intended their work to serve the community for generations, creating spaces that could accommodate everything from large festivals to intimate gatherings, from practical meetings to artistic performances. The years of neglect that preceded the restoration effort serve as a reminder of how quickly community resources can deteriorate when they are not actively maintained and used. The broken windows, damaged roof, and overgrown grounds that initially greeted restoration efforts spoke eloquently of the consequences of community fragmentation and the loss of shared purpose. Yet even in its deteriorated state, the building's fundamental soundness suggested that renewal was possible with sufficient effort and commitment. The bundle system that guides the restoration process creates a framework for community participation that allows everyone to contribute according to their abilities and interests, while ensuring that all aspects of the building receive proper attention. Each bundle represents not just a collection of required items, but a specific aspect of community life that the restored center will support, from the crafts room that will house artistic activities to the pantry that will support community meals and food security. The gathering of items for each bundle becomes a community-wide treasure hunt that encourages residents to explore all aspects of valley life while contributing to the collective restoration effort. The search for specific fish, crops, minerals, and artisan goods creates natural opportunities for skill development and knowledge sharing as residents help each other locate and produce the items needed for restoration. This collaborative aspect transforms what could be a solitary effort into a community-building exercise. The completion of each room's restoration provides immediate and visible evidence of progress, creating momentum and enthusiasm that sustains the overall effort through its inevitable challenges and setbacks. The transformation of empty, damaged spaces into functional, beautiful rooms demonstrates the power of persistent effort and collective commitment to create meaningful change. Each completed room becomes a source of pride and accomplishment for the entire community. The Junimo spirits that facilitate the restoration process represent the valley's connection to older, more mysterious forces that support human efforts when they align with natural harmony and community well-being. These magical helpers serve as reminders that human work, when performed with proper intention and respect for the natural world, receive support from sources beyond ordinary understanding. The Junimos assistance validates the community's restoration efforts while maintaining an element of wonder and mystery. The various rooms of the restored community center each serve specific functions that support different aspects of community life, from the boiler room that provides essential infrastructure to the bulletin board that facilitates communication and coordination. The crafts room offers space for artistic creation and skill sharing, while the pantry ensures that no community member goes hungry. Each room contributes to the building's overall function as a center for community support and celebration. The celebration that marks the community center's completion represents more than just the end of a restoration project. It serves as a reaffirmation of the community's commitment to shared values and collective action. The festival that celebrates the building's reopening brings together all Valley residents in recognition of what they have accomplished together and in anticipation of how the restored space will serve future community needs. The ongoing use of the restored community center ensures that the building remains a living part of community life, rather than simply a monument to past achievement. The regular activities, meetings, and celebrations that fill the building's rooms create the kind of vibrant community life that the original builders envisioned, while the building's continued maintenance becomes a shared responsibility that strengthens community bonds. Throughout Stardew Valley, a rich tapestry of animal life weaves itself into the daily rhythms of community existence, creating bonds of companionship and mutual care that extend far beyond simple utility or economic benefit. The Valley's approach to animal husbandry reflects a deep understanding that the relationship between humans and animals should be built on respect, kindness, and genuine affection rather than mere exploitation or profit-seeking. The farm animals that graze in the valley's pastures and shelter in its barns live lives of contentment and security that stand in stark contrast to the industrial agriculture practices found in the world beyond the mountains. Here, cows spend their days in green meadows, moving freely between sun and shade as their instincts and comfort dictate. Their gentle lowing carries across the fields like a peaceful song, speaking of animals that know they are safe and cared for by humans who understand their needs and respect their nature. The daily routine of animal care becomes a form of meditation on the responsibilities and rewards of stewardship. The morning ritual of providing fresh hay and clean water, of checking each animal's health and well-being, creates opportunities for the kind of quiet interaction that builds genuine bonds between human and animal. These moments of care require presence and attention as animals communicate their needs and feelings through subtle body language and behavioral cues that only patient observation can decode. The chickens that scratch and peck in the farmyard demonstrate the joy that comes from animals allowed to express their natural behaviors and instincts. Their contented clucking and energetic dust baths speak of creatures living according to their own nature, rather than being forced into unnatural conditions for human convenience. The fresh eggs they provide each morning represent not just nutritional sustenance, but the daily gift that comes from animals treated with kindness and respect. The relationship between farmer and livestock develops gradually through countless small interactions, building trust and affection that benefits both human and animal. Animals that are treated with consistent kindness and to associate human presence with comfort and security, while their caretakers develop the kind of intuitive understanding that allows them to recognize and respond to each animal's individual personality and needs. This mutual recognition creates bonds that transcend simple utility to become genuine friendship. The seasonal rhythms of animal care follow natural patterns that honor both human needs and animal welfare. Spring brings the excitement of new births as baby animals arrive to expand the farm's population and bring fresh energy to established herds and flocks. Summer provides abundant pasture for grazing animals, while autumn's harvest ensures adequate feed stores for the winter months ahead. Winter's quieter pace allows for more intensive care and attention to animal health and comfort. The farm cats that patrol the valley's barns and storage areas serve practical purposes in controlling rodent populations, but their true value lies in the companionship and affection they provide to their human neighbors. These independent creatures choose their own relationships and living arrangements, creating bonds based on mutual benefit and genuine liking, rather than obligation or ownership. Their purring presence in the evening hours provides comfort and companionship that enriches human life immeasurably. The dogs that serve as loyal companions throughout the valley demonstrate the ancient bond between humans and canines that has enriched both species for thousands of years. These faithful friends provide not just security and assistance with farm work, but the kind of unconditional love and loyalty that reminds their human companions of the best qualities of friendship and devotion. Their enthusiastic greetings and constant companionship create a sense of home and belonging that no amount of material comfort can replicate. The wild animals that inhabit the valley's forests and fields add another dimension to the community's relationship with the natural world. The deer that graze in forest clearings, the rabbits that dart between garden rows, the squirrels that chatter in the oak trees, all contribute to the rich ecosystem that makes the valley such a vibrant and balanced environment. These wild creatures serve as reminders that humans are part of a larger community of life that extends far beyond domestic animals and cultivated crops. The birds that fill the valley's skies and trees with their songs create a natural soundtrack that changes with the seasons and times of day. The robin's cheerful morning call, the owl's haunting night cry, the seasonal arrival and departure of migrating species all contribute to the valley's sense of connection to larger natural rhythms and cycles. These feathered residents require no care or feeding from human neighbors, yet they provide immeasurable gifts of beauty, song, and the reminder that the valley serves as home to countless forms of life. The fish that inhabit the valley's streams, ponds, and coastal waters represent another aspect of the community's relationship with animal life, one based on respectful harvesting rather than domestication. The practice of fishing requires patience and skill, but also an understanding that taking from natural populations must be balanced with conservation and respect for the creatures being harvested. This approach ensures that fish populations remain healthy while providing sustainable sources of food for the human community. The insects and smaller creatures that often go unnoticed play crucial roles in maintaining the valley's ecological balance. From the bees that pollinate crops and wild plants to the earthworms that enrich the soil through their constant tunneling and processing of organic matter. These tiny creatures remind valley residents that even the smallest forms of life contribute to the overall health and productivity of the ecosystem that supports all larger life forms. The weekly markets that punctuate valley life throughout the growing season serve as vital gathering points where the fruits of individual labor merge into community abundance, creating opportunities for economic exchange, social connection, and the celebration of the valley's agricultural diversity. These markets represent far more than simple commercial transactions. They embody the valley's understanding that true prosperity comes from the circulation of goods, services, and goodwill among neighbors who understand their mutual interdependence. The preparation for Market Day begins well before the actual event, as farmers and artisans carefully select their finest products for display and sale. The process of choosing which vegetables to harvest, which preserves to offer, which crafted items to bring, requires careful consideration of quality, presentation, and the anticipated needs and preferences of fellow community members. This selection process reflects the producer's pride in their work and their understanding that market success depends on consistently offering products that meet or exceed customer expectations. The market setup transforms the town square into a temporary bazaar where individual stalls and displays create a colorful mosaic of the valley's productive capacity. Each vendor's area reflects their personality and specialties, from the neat rows of perfectly arranged vegetables to the artistic displays of handcrafted items. The physical arrangement of the market creates natural pathways that encourage browsing and social interaction, while the visual appeal of well-presented goods adds to the festive atmosphere that makes Market Day a celebration rather than mere commerce. The early morning hours of Market Day possess a special energy as vendors arrive to set up their displays, while the town square gradually transforms from its usual quiet state into a bustling center of activity. The sound of voices calling greetings to neighbors, the rustle of canvas awnings being unfurled, the gentle thud of wooden crates being arranged. These sounds create a symphony of preparation that builds anticipation for the day's trading and socializing. The customers who browse the market stalls bring with them not just purchasing power, but genuine interest in the stories behind the products they examine. The conversation between buyer and seller often extends far beyond simple price negotiation to include discussions of growing techniques, recipe suggestions, and the sharing of knowledge that benefits both parties. These interactions create the kind of meaningful connection that transforms commercial exchange into community building. The seasonal changes in market offerings reflect the natural rhythms that govern all valley life, with spring markets featuring tender greens and early vegetables, summer displays overflowing with fruits and abundant harvests, autumn markets showcasing preservation goods and storage crops, while winter markets offer crafted items and preserved foods that sustain the community through the dormant season. This seasonal variation ensures that Market Day remains fresh and interesting throughout the year. The pricing at valley markets reflects the community's understanding that fair exchange benefits everyone involved, with prices set at levels that provide reasonable profit for producers while remaining accessible to all community members. The absence of aggressive bargaining or exploitative pricing creates an atmosphere of trust and mutual respect that encourages long-term relationships between buyers and sellers. This approach to pricing demonstrates the valley's commitment to economic justice and community solidarity. The social aspects of Market Day often prove as valuable as the commercial transactions, as the gathering provides opportunities for neighbors to catch up on news, share information about upcoming events, and strengthen the personal relationships that bind the community together. The market becomes a natural form for community communication, where information flows as freely as goods and services. The success of individual vendors at market reflects not just the quality of their products, but their understanding of customer needs and preferences. The most successful market participants develop reputations for reliability, quality, and fair dealing that bring customers back week after week. This emphasis on reputation and relationship creates natural incentives for high standards and honest business practices. The market's role in the valley's economy extends beyond the immediate exchange of goods to encompass the broader circulation of wealth and resources that keeps the entire community prosperous. The money spent at markets stays within the community, supporting local producers and creating demand for local goods and services. This economic circulation creates a multiplier effect that benefits everyone in the valley. The end of Market Day brings its own satisfactions, as vendors pack up their remaining goods and count the day's earnings, while customers head home with baskets full of fresh produce and handcrafted items. The cleanup process that returns the town square to its usual state creates opportunities for final conversations and the planning of next week's offerings. The cycle of preparation, presentation, and conclusion creates a rhythm that provides structure and anticipation to valley life throughout the growing season. When winter's gentle hand finally settles over Stardew Valley, the landscape transforms into a study in subtle beauty and peaceful contemplation. The season brings not the harsh deprivation often associated with winter in less temperate climates, but rather a time of rest, reflection, and the quiet satisfaction that comes from a year's work well completed. Winter in the valley serves as nature's invitation to slow down, turn inward, and appreciate the different gifts that come with dormancy and patience. The first snowfall of the season arrives like a whispered blessing, transforming the familiar landscape into something magical and new. The snow settles gently on bare tree branches, creating delicate sculptures that seem too beautiful to have formed without conscious artistic intention. The white blanket that covers fields and gardens serves not as a burial shroud, but as a protective covering that insulates sleeping plants and enriches the soil through the slow release of moisture as temperatures fluctuate throughout the season. The quality of light during winter months possesses a clarity and brilliance that differs markedly from the softer illumination of other seasons. The low angle of the winter sun creates long shadows and golden highlights that reveal textures and details invisible during other times of year. The bare branches of deciduous trees create intricate patterns against the sky, their essential structure revealed now that summer's leafy abundance no longer obscures their fundamental architecture. The shortened days of winter create natural rhythms that encourage earlier rising and earlier rest, aligning human activity more closely with the ancient patterns that governed life before artificial lighting extended the active day far beyond sunset. The long evenings provide perfect opportunities for indoor activities, reading by the fire, working on craft projects, engaging in the kind of deep conversation that time constraints often prevent during busier seasons. The indoor activities that characterize winter life in the valley take on special significance during the season of reduced outdoor work. The crafting of useful items, the preparation of preserved foods, the maintenance and repair of tools and equipment, all of these activities provide productive outlets for energy while contributing to the household's overall efficiency and self-sufficiency. Winter becomes a time of preparation and improvement, setting the stage for the more intensive outdoor work that will resume with spring's arrival. The social aspects of winter life intensify as residents spend more time in each other's company, sharing meals, stories, and the warmth of human companionship during the season's longer nights. The community gatherings that occur throughout winter serve vital functions in maintaining social bonds and providing entertainment during a time when outdoor activities are limited. These gatherings often feature the sharing of skills and knowledge, as experienced residents teach newcomers various crafts and techniques. The winter festivals that punctuate the season provide focal points for community celebration and the acknowledgement of winter's own unique gifts. The Festival of Ice transforms the frozen lake into a venue for artistic expression and friendly competition, while the Feast of the Winter Star celebrates the spirit of giving and gratitude that characterizes the valley's approach to seasonal celebration. These events create anticipation and structure within the winter months, while honoring the season's particular character. The wildlife that remains active during winter provides ongoing connection to the natural world, even when most plant life lies dormant. The birds that visit winter feeders, the tracks in fresh snow that reveal the passage of various creatures, the occasional glimpse of deer or other animals foraging for winter sustenance, all serve as reminders that life continues its cycles, even during the season's apparent dormancy. The winter garden, though largely dormant, still provides opportunities for connection with growing things through the maintenance of cold frames, the planning of next year's plantings, and the care of any winter-hardy crops that continue to produce throughout the colder months. The greenhouse becomes even more precious during winter, providing a refuge of warmth and growing things when the outdoor world lies sleeping under snow and frost. The introspective quality that winter naturally encourages creates opportunities for the kind of deep thinking and planning that can be difficult to achieve during busier seasons. The slower pace of winter life allows for reflection on the year's achievements and challenges, the setting of goals and intentions for the coming year, and the kind of thoughtful consideration of life's direction that benefits from unhurried contemplation. The anticipation of spring that begins to build during winter's later months adds a note of excitement and hope to the season's contemplative character. The gradual lengthening of days, the first tentative signs of returning life, the planning and preparation for the coming growing season all create a sense of renewal and possibility that makes winter's end feel like a genuine rebirth rather than simply a change in weather patterns. In Stardew Valley, the ancient arts of food preservation represent far more than simple techniques for extending the shelf life of perishable goods. They embody the community's deep understanding of abundance and scarcity, of the cyclical nature of production and consumption, and of the human responsibility to honor the gifts of the earth by ensuring that nothing valuable is wasted or lost to the passage of time. The root cellars that lie beneath many valley homes serve as cool, dark sanctuaries where the harvest's bounty can rest safely through the winter months, protected from both freezing temperatures and the warmth that would encourage spoilage. These underground chambers, with their stone walls and earthen floors, maintain the steady temperatures and humidity levels that allow properly stored vegetables to remain fresh and nutritious for months after their harvest. The careful arrangement of produce in these cellars becomes an art form in itself, with different vegetables requiring specific conditions and positioning to achieve optimal storage life. The smoking houses that dot the valley landscape represent another ancient preservation technique, one that transforms fresh meats and fish into products that can be stored safely without refrigeration, while developing complex flavors that often surpass those of the original fresh ingredients. The process of smoking requires patience and skill, as the temperature and smoke levels must be carefully controlled to achieve proper preservation without overcooking or under-processing the food. The aromatic clouds that rise from these structures carry the scent of hickory, apple, or other hardwoods, creating a sensory signature that speaks of traditional skills and time-honored methods. The art of salt curing demonstrates humanity's oldest food preservation technique, one that draws moisture from foods while creating an environment hostile to the bacteria and other microorganisms that cause spoilage. The valley's residents understand that successful salt curing requires high-quality salt, proper proportions, and careful attention to timing and environmental conditions. The transformation that occurs during the curing process seems almost magical, as fresh foods develop concentrated flavors and extended shelf life through the simple application of salt and thyme. The fermentation processes that create sauerkraut, pickles, and other preserved vegetables represent a form of controlled decomposition that harnesses beneficial bacteria to create foods that are not only preserved, but actually more nutritious than their fresh counterparts. The bubbling crocks and jars that line pantry shelves during fermentation season speak of ancient wisdom about the beneficial microorganisms that can be allies in food preservation when properly understood and managed. The dehydration techniques that create dried fruits, vegetables, and herbs remove moisture while concentrating flavors and nutrients, creating preserved foods that retain much of their original nutritional value while achieving remarkable storage stability. The valley's residents use both sun-drying and controlled heat to achieve proper dehydration, understanding that different foods require different approaches to achieve optimal results. The dried foods that result from these processes provide concentrated nutrition and intense flavors that add variety and interest to winter meals. The canning and jarring processes that preserve fruits and vegetables in sealed containers represent more recent preservation innovations, but ones that have been fully integrated into the valley's traditional food preservation practices. The careful attention to sterilization, proper sealing, and appropriate processing times ensures that canned goods remain safe and nutritious for extended periods. The rows of colorful jars that line pantry shelves represent security and abundance. The assurance that the harvest's gifts will continue to nourish the family throughout the dormant season. The oil preservation techniques used for certain vegetables and prepared foods create products that combine preservation with enhanced flavor. As herbs and vegetables stored in high-quality oils develop complex tastes while remaining protected from spoilage, these oil-preserved foods often become delicacies that are prized not just for their keeping qualities, but for their superior flavor and texture. The cheese-making processes that transform fresh milk into aged products represent perhaps the most complex and rewarding of the valley's preservation arts. The careful control of temperature, humidity, and aging conditions required for successful cheese production demands both scientific understanding and artistic intuition. The aged cheeses that result from these processes represent the culmination of months or even years of patient care and attention. The wine and cider making that preserves the essence of fruits in fermented form creates beverages that improve with age, developing complexity and character that fresh fruit juices cannot match. The cellars where these beverages age become temples to the transformative power of time and patience, where simple fruit juices become sophisticated drinks worthy of special occasions and celebration. The knowledge and skills required for successful food preservation are passed down through generations, creating a living library of traditional wisdom that connects current valley residents to their ancestors and ensures that these valuable techniques will not be lost to future generations. The teaching and learning that occurs around preservation activities strengthens community bonds while ensuring food security and reducing waste. As each day in Stardew Valley draws to its peaceful conclusion, the transition from day to night unfolds with the same gentle rhythm that characterizes all aspects of life in this blessed community. The evening hours bring their own particular gifts: the satisfaction of work completed, the anticipation of rest and renewal, and the quiet beauty that comes when the day's activities gradually give way to the restorative power of night's embrace. The golden hour that precedes sunset paints the entire valley in warm, honeyed light that seems to bless everything it touches with an almost sacred glow. The familiar landscape takes on an ethereal quality during this magical time, as ordinary fields and buildings are transformed by the slanting rays of the setting sun into something that seems to exist halfway between the earthly and the divine. This is the hour when photographers and artists throughout history have sought to capture the perfect light. But in the valley, this beauty is available to anyone willing to pause and appreciate the daily miracle of sunset. The gradual gathering of families around dinner tables throughout the valley creates a network of warmth and connection that spans the entire community. The evening meal serves as more than simple nutrition. It becomes a daily ritual of gratitude, sharing, and the strengthening of bonds between family members and friends. The conversations that flow around these tables range from the practical details of daily life to deeper reflections on meaning and purpose, creating opportunities for the kind of communication that builds understanding and intimacy. The preparation of evening meals becomes its own form of meditation, as cooks throughout the valley transform the day's harvest into nourishing and delicious food for their families and friends. The chopping of vegetables, the stirring of sauces, the careful attention to timing and seasoning. All of these activities require presence and care, creating opportunities for the kind of mindful work that nourishes the spirit as well as the body. The aromas that drift from kitchen windows speak of home and comfort, of the daily miracle of sustenance prepared with love. The cleanup that follows the evening meal provides opportunities for cooperation and shared responsibility as family members work together to restore order to the kitchen and prepare for the next day's activities. These simple domestic tasks, when performed with attention and care, become expressions of love and mutual support rather than mere chores to be endured. The rhythm of washing, drying, and putting away dishes creates a peaceful transition from the day's activities to the evening's rest. The evening walks that many valley residents take after dinner provide gentle exercise and opportunities for quiet reflection on the day's events and experiences. These leisurely strolls along familiar paths offer chances to notice details that might be missed during busier times. The way evening light plays on water, the sounds of nocturnal creatures beginning their nightly activities, the gradual transformation of the landscape as day gives way to night. These walks often become opportunities for intimate conversation between partners or quiet contemplation for solitary walkers. The front porch conversations that characterize valley evenings create informal networks of communication and support that strengthen community bonds while providing entertainment and social connection. These casual gatherings require no formal planning or organization. They arise naturally as neighbors encounter each other during evening activities and pause to share news, observations, and companionship. The rocking chairs and comfortable seating that grace many valley porches seem designed specifically for these spontaneous social interactions. The evening activities that take place within valley homes reflect the community's appreciation for both solitude and companionship, with some residents preferring quiet, individual pursuits, while others gather for games, music, or shared reading. The soft light that glows from windows throughout the valley speaks of homes where people are engaged in activities that nourish their minds and spirits, reading books, working on craft projects, playing musical instruments, or simply enjoying each other's company in comfortable silence. The bedtime routines that conclude each day in the valley follow patterns that honor both the body's need for rest and the spirit's need for peace and reflection. The simple acts of preparing for sleep, changing into comfortable clothes, performing personal hygiene routines, arranging the bedroom for optimal rest, become rituals that signal the transition from active engagement with the world to the receptive state that allows for deep, restorative sleep. The sounds of night that gradually replace the day's activities create a natural lullaby that has soothed valley residents to sleep for generations. The gentle chorus of crickets, the distant call of an owl, the soft rustle of leaves in the evening breeze. These sounds speak of a world continuing its cycles, even as human activity winds down for the day. The absence of harsh mechanical noises or urban disturbances allows for the kind of natural quiet that promotes deep, peaceful sleep. The stars that emerge as darkness deepens provide a final gift of beauty and wonder to end each valley day. The clear skies that characterize the valley's climate allow for spectacular views of the night sky, with constellations and planets visible to anyone who takes time to look upward. These celestial displays serve as reminders of the vast scales of space and time that dwarf human concerns while simultaneously making each moment of conscious awareness seem precious and significant. The dreams that visit valley residents during their peaceful sleep often reflect the day's activities and experiences, processing and integrating the lessons and memories that will contribute to continued growth and understanding. The quality of sleep achieved in the valley's peaceful environment allows for the kind of deep rest that restores both body and spirit. preparing residents for whatever challenges and opportunities the next day might bring. As our gentle journey through Stardew Valley draws to its peaceful close, we find ourselves not at an ending, but at a beginning. For the valley's greatest gift lies not in any single experience or achievement, but in its demonstration that life lived in harmony with natural rhythms and community values creates a cycle of renewal that continues endlessly, each day offering fresh opportunities for growth, connection, and quiet joy. The valley teaches us that true contentment comes not from the accumulation of possessions or the achievement of external goals, but from the patient cultivation of meaningful relationships with the earth that sustains us, with the community that supports us, and with the deeper rhythms that govern all existence. Each sunrise in the valley brings the same fundamental opportunities that have blessed human communities throughout history. The chance to tend growing things with care, to support neighbors in times of need, to create beauty and utility with our own hands, and to find peace in the simple fact of being alive in a world filled with wonder. The seasonal cycles that govern valley life remind us that all existence follows patterns of growth and rest, of activity and contemplation, of planting and harvest. These rhythms, when honored and embraced, provide natural structure for human life that supports both productivity and well-being. The valley demonstrates that we need not fight against these natural patterns, but can instead align our lives with them, finding in this alignment a source of peace and energy that artificial schedules and forced productivity can never provide. The work that fills valley days, the tending of crops, the care of animals, the creation of useful and beautiful objects, represents human activity at its most fulfilling, where effort is aligned with natural processes and directed toward outcomes that genuinely improve life for oneself and others. This work teaches patience, skill, and the deep satisfaction that comes from seeing the results of careful attention and persistent effort. It reminds us that meaningful work is not a burden to be endured, but a privilege to be embraced. The relationships that flourish in the valley's supportive environment demonstrate the human capacity for genuine care and mutual support when artificial barriers and competitive pressures are removed. The friendships, partnerships, and community bonds that develop naturally in this environment show us what becomes possible when people have time for each other, when individual success is understood to depend on collective well-being, and when differences are celebrated rather than feared. The peace that pervades valley life comes not from the absence of challenge or difficulty, but from the presence of meaning, purpose, and connection in daily activities. The valley shows us that peace is not a destination to be reached, but a way of being, that can be cultivated through attention to simple pleasures, gratitude for daily gifts, and the patient practice of kindness toward all forms of life. As you drift toward sleep, carry with you the valley's gentle wisdom that every day offers opportunities for small acts of care and attention that accumulate over time into lives of genuine meaning and satisfaction. Remember that the peace you seek is not distant or difficult to achieve, but available in each moment when you choose to approach life with the same patience, kindness, and appreciation for simple gifts that characterizes the best of valley living. Let the valley's rhythms guide your rest, its peace settle into your bones, and its promise of renewal accompany you into sleep and dreams. For in the end, Stardew Valley's greatest teaching is that the good life is not complex or elusive, but as close as the next sunrise, the next act of kindness, the next moment of gratitude for the simple miracle of being alive in a world that offers endless opportunities for growth, connection, and quiet joy. Sleep well, dear friend, and may your dreams be filled with the gentle abundance of Stardew Valley, where every day ends with the satisfaction of meaningful work, genuine connection, and the quiet promise that tomorrow will bring new opportunities for growth and joy in the eternal cycle of seasons, community, and the patient cultivation of a life well lived.